of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Valerio Noak is en route. I have not heard from Mr. Powers. Mr. Maynard, would you please act as recording secretary until Ms. Valerio Noakes arrives? Thank you.
Mrs. Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Maynard, present. Mr. Wilson.
Present.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Present.
Mr. Powers, absent. Ms. Valerio Noak, absent till they arrive.
Thank you.
Also in attendance, we have plenty of Parker teachers. Rashida Shack, our great principal at Parker, as well as Mr. Walmsley, and our CFO, Presley Dorset, is over there, and Lee Walmsley. Did I miss anybody? And Teresa, our secretary.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Agenda is recommended by the superintendent and the board president that the board approve the agenda as submitted or amended. Is there a motion on the floor to either accept or amend tonight's agenda? President will make the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson, is there any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Maynard, would you please take the roll?
Ms. Kaminsky?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mrs. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard, yes. 4-0.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes. It is recommended by the superintendent and the board president that the board approve the minutes. The board minutes for March 10th of 2025. Policy minutes, March 12th, 2025. Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion.
Mr. Wilson, is there support?
Support.
Ms. Wilson, thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Maynard, would you take the roll?
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mrs. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes.
Mr. Maynard votes yes.
Thank you. Let the record reflect 4-0. Approval of the bills.
Madam President?
Yes.
It's worth pointing out to board members, because there's only 4 of us here, and for the
Thank-
audience,
You are right.
we all have to vote in affirmative or something goes down.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank
Yep.
you for that reminder. Approval of the bills. It is recommended by the superintendent and the board president that the board approve the bills ending March 31st, 2025. Is there a motion on the floor? President will make the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson supports. Discussion.
Madam President,
Yes, Mr. Maynard.
we spoke earlier today, and I did speak with Mr. Powers. Are you comfortable with approving, even though some of the things that you and I spoke about, $26,000 for touchscreen iPads, $24,000 for regular items, when we're just going through?
Let the record reflect. Let me go through my email and I do have concerns concerning, it was under the grant money for computers and licenses, and I will get that check number if people would please bear with me one moment. I would like that check pulled so we can, finance and the appropriate people can talk through that. The remainders of the checks, unless Mr. Maynard or Mr. Powers has concerns, which I did not hear any from Mr. Powers about the remainder of the checks, I am okay with approving.
Okay, I did speak to Barry, but I don't want to speak for Barry.
Correct.
Okay, so I want that to be on the record. As you know, my first question is 25 and above to 10 grand. Did you sign off on that stuff?
I did not.
Okay. My second question is the $24,366 for Chromebooks. I obviously believe we're replacing them, but did anybody break them? Do we have anything that's owed back to us under those particular policies? I understand it's grant money, but all grant money is taxpayer money, and we have to watch how we spend it. So those are just some of the questions, and if Ken wants to, through the chair to Ken, if he wants to report back in the weekly update, I mean, I will be happy with that as long as my fellow board members are happy. I mean, some are routine and some are way out of left field again. And we need to start reining it in. $27,000 on the attorney. I mean, there's, you know, I understand what we're doing with it, but $27,000 on the attorney. You know, a lot of other instances on there. And if anybody other board member really doesn't know the procedure, you just pull the check number and you send to Ken, CCing Felicia. You want questions on those check numbers, and they'll respond back to you in case they don't know how to do, in case people don't know how to do that. So, I mean, it's just a little. There's a lot over 2,500, a lot under 10,000. You not saying it gives me a little bit of pause, but the bill's got to get paid. And then, you know, there's $313, which just is our long-standing issue. We give so much money to Flagstar. They have $34 million for us, and they're charging us $313 for something. It just really just burrs the saddle underneath it. And there's some other things in there. So, I mean, I'll stand by it, but if you're comfortable and you got your questions answered, and as long as he answers, you know, mine on the computers, I mean,
You want the attorney question answered too?
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'd be okay I'm okay with moving ahead as long as we get the answers.
I was satisfied in receiving the answers. I would like to go back to finance, which I addressed with you earlier on legitimacy, yes or no, or, and I understand grant money, yay, grant money, but you're right, it is taxpayer money, and, it should be accounted for. I know, I want to share the response. The computers have, an X amount of lifespan. It was addressed with, breakage, damage, that as well. So those questions were answered. I believe that we spend a lot of money on these laptops, and it seems like we're replacing them quite a bit. So, I did have some concerns about that. So I am satisfied with the answers that I got.
Okay.
Okay?
If you're satisfied with your answers, then I will support paying the bills. But going in the future, we know what we have to do. We have to
need
put
to
it into a
tidy-
finance meeting.
Yes,
We need to break these down.
yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard.
Yep.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Maynard, would you please take the roll?
Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Maynard, yes.
Let the record reflect that the vote is 4-0, the motion passes. Correspondence, it is recommended by the superintendent and the board president that the board accept the correspondence and receive them. Linda Brooke, Matthew Hild, and Asia Matthews. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Mr. Maynard, support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson, is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would just ask HR to provide us, Mr. Superintendent, through the chair to Mr. Superintendent,
Thank you.
an exit survey from all of those folks who are leaving, things they know, things they think we should do better, et cetera, if they're willing to provide it.
Thank you. Mr. Maynard, would you please take the roll?
Mr. Maynard votes yes. Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mrs. Wilson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kaminsky?
Votes yes, motion passes to 4-0. This evening, we have a presentation from Parker Elementary, and Ms. Rashida Shack. Welcome, everyone.
Good evening. My name is Rashida Shack, and I'm the principal of Parker Elementary. I appreciate the opportunity tonight to speak to you and share a glimpse into part of our day of learning at Parker. Before we begin our presentation, I would like to thank the school board members who came to read to our students for March's Reading Month. Your time and dedication is truly appreciated. I also want to thank the members of the Clintondale Board, central office staff, and administrators who showed their support at our Black History Month music concert last month, which was a great success. Your presence meant so much to our staff and students and members of our community, and we hope to keep that an ongoing tradition over at Parker. Today, I'd like to highlight an important part of our school day, our focus on social emotional learning, and our positivity project. In today's world, academic success is only a part of the equation. Helping students develop strong emotional intelligence, resilience, and positive relationships are just as critical. Today, our service squad, led by our reading interventionist, Mr. Terry Martin, with help from our behavior coach, Mrs. Jamie Lampasona, they will guide our presentation using the concept of teamwork in action. This evening, they and our students will highlight the importance of working together, and it will call for your interaction, so be ready for that. We will invite you to participate and experience firsthand how we instill collaboration, leadership, and responsibility in our students over at Parker.
Good evening. I'm Jamie Lampasona, the behavior coach at Parker. And the Positivity Project, which is also known as P2, is a character education program that's based on 24 character traits as its foundation of learning. This curriculum helps students build positive relationships by recognizing and developing their own character strengths. Positivity Project empowers our students to become their best selves by focusing on the good in themselves and others. This is the character trait wheel, and these are the 24 character traits that our curriculum focuses on. So some of them, just for example, is bravery, integrity, gratitude, humor, self-control, leadership, and then the one that we're going to talk about today, which is teamwork. So all teachers in our building teach the Positivity Project daily. Every week is a different character trait that is, the whole school focuses on one. Right now we're doing fairness. It's also included in our morning announcements. So we're going to show you what those lessons look like. Okay, just kidding. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so this is a week, what a week looks like in a classroom. This is a 4th grade example on teamwork. So the teachers have this slide deck up on their smartboard, and it lasts the entire week. So it goes lesson by lesson, and there's mindful pauses and mindful moments, which are like our deep breathing to practice self-regulation. So they also do that. I know a lot of classrooms use that after recess to kind of get ourselves back and focused on learning. And then it introduces the topic, which, as you can see, like day 1, it talks about what teamwork is. It gives a definition. It may talk about quotes or give videos for the students to watch, and then it always ends with some class discussion. So they reflect on the lesson, and sometimes these lessons only last 10 minutes. Sometimes they last longer if there's different group activities. but it really helps the students learn these character strengths.
Hi, I'm Terry Martin. I'm the meeting interventionist, and I'm also in charge of Service Squad. And then I'm going to have the students come up and introduce themselves. We're going to run through a couple of lessons that they did last year when they were in 4th grade. He just lost his voice.
There you go. Terry.
Hi, my name is Julia Allen, and I'm a 5th grade student in Miss Wilson's class. Hi, my name is London Anderson, and I'm a 5th grade student in Miss Wilson's class.
Hi, my name is Caleb McFarland from Mrs. Gaglio's class.
Okay, now we're going to walk you through a lesson. All right, so scoot this down. So we're going to do, they did this last year when they were in 3rd grade. We're going to do lesson 3, show them lesson 3. Hold on. Okay, Caleb, you're next.
First, we are going to show you how we learn teamwork on day 3 of this week.
Day 3 focused on demonstrating teamwork by working together to jump in unison by using verbal cues. We practiced this many rounds and finally perfected the jump by working together. Check out our jump. When we met back together as a class, we discussed the follow-up questions to wrap up the lesson.
And this right here is the follow-up questions that what they talked about last time.
Now we are going to have you participate in day 4 and have you learn about teamwork. I will read their slides and others will give materials to board members.
Can you see that or no?
Split the class into pairs and have each pair sit.
Do this when you step on the side.
Split the class into pairs and have each pair sit back to back. Partner A should sit facing the front of the room and partner B toward the back. Partner B will get a piece of paper and a pencil. Display the next picture for all partner A's. Partner A will give directions to their partner on how to draw the shape or image without telling them what the image is. After a certain amount of time, have the partners compare their images and see which team was closest.
All right, so what we're gonna have you do is we already have some chairs set up over there. If you guys wanna sit, one person has to sit facing this way, and the other person has to sit facing the wall.
Do,
Practice. That's, they can't see the picture.
I don't know. I'm bringing my pen just in case. I don't think we have enough over there. Probably not. We may have to recruit Teresa here and Leah to help out.
I got my exercises. Good to hear that.
What do you guys, Mr. Ginger, come on, Lee.
I'll do it with you.
Come on, I'll see if Lee's gonna help.
I'll watch. I'll phone my one.
You want a partner? No. Okay. Okay, so in a second, we're gonna show you the image. I already gave you 2 minutes. And remember the rules. You're not allowed to tell exactly what it is. You can only give them like shapes and size and stuff like that. Well, you wouldn't want to say it too loud because you don't want your other teammates to hear you. All right, ready? Oh, I'm getting the timer ready. Oh, there's one right there. All right, ready? That's your picture. Starting the timer. You guys want to listen to make sure they're not cheating, you guys. Yeah, partner B is supposed to be drawing what A is telling them. If they're done, we can stop the timer. Are you done? Yeah, they're done? Are you guys done? All right, you guys can stand up and you guys can show each other the picture. And look at what it was. Yeah, no, it's up to the top. All right, Caleb, that's one more thing.
Nice job, guys. Best stick points
Mr. Maynard, that was
I've ever saw.
that was very good.
Someday.
Caleb is going to share with you some of the questions that they would talk about and discuss after they were done.
How did your communication affect goals each round? When were you most successful? Why? Why is communication important in teamwork?
So that's what they would discuss.
Okay, we hope you enjoyed that. Again, that's part of our Positivity Project, which is our social emotional learning over at Parker. I do want to thank my Parker students for coming out after school today and their parents for bringing them here tonight. I really appreciate you for that. And to my fabulous Parker staff for always showing up. Thank you very much. And we wanted to know if you had any questions for us. Come on up, in case they have questions.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Maynard.
First off, that was very awesome. I think you kids did a wonderful job. You know, I think the call of cheating might have been a little bit too fresh, too quick, but that's okay. That's all right. You know, so what we look here on a board is we look for things that make learning fun. And I want to know, I just have a couple of questions for you. First, do you enjoy the Positivity Project lessons that you have every day? And then my second question would be, tell us a little bit more about what you've learned from this project.
Yes, I enjoy Positivity Project, and a little bit more about Positivity Project is the videos are like fun to watch after you get done eating breakfast.
I like it.
Yes, I love Positivity Project. Positivity Project is like a mind focus or mind circulation for your brain so you can focus during the mornings when you're cranky or just had a bad day this morning. Yes, I like Positivity Project, and I've learned to come out of my comfort zone and be a better person with Positivity Project.
Oh, very good.
Yes.
Very good.
Any other questions?
Madam President.
Yes.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. This was fabulous, it was engaging. You see, for us, we were excited, we were laughing about it, even many of us are way past elementary school. But I also want to say that I really commend the three of you coming up here, really speaking very eloquently, telling us about the program, and I think it's amazing. And thank you for your time and coming and participating tonight.
Good job, good job. And you guys earned your McDonald's lunch tomorrow.
All right, bonus.
Is Ken buying the lunch? Okay.
Thank you, Parker Elementary. I want to also sentiment Ms. Wilson students, very brave. I can remember being in elementary school. I certainly didn't want to speak in front of the class, let alone to, a body of adults and board members. So great job, truly, truly. Thank you, Ms. Shack, for always providing, student, staff in a great presentation. Thank you so much. Next, we have our superintendent's report.
Madam President,
I do apologize. Yes, Mr. Maynard.
I am done. I have turned over.
Thank you,
To
yes.
Lisa, my
Ms.
secretary,
Valeriano is here,
Aldo is here.
Mr. Powers is here.
so-
So we have our
Yeah, don't make-
current full board.
Yeah, don't make the Michael mistake and stare at me for
All
something.
right, gotcha.
You know.
Thank you. Mr. Danzer, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Want to start off by saying great job, Parker students and staff. We often hear about a lot of, when we talk about our strategic plan and our goals, talking about academic goals, but the work that you do in terms of teamwork, the work that you do every day to start your day, even if it's after breakfast, just that work on that student wellness and well-being, that work of working together in your teamwork. I just want to commend you on that. I greatly appreciate that, so thank you. I also want to talk about another student achievement that we had recently. I received it in the mail, opened it today, from the Michigan College Access Network. As you know, our high school counselors and staff work really hard in terms of working to support our students for what's next in life, working to support them in terms of where are they going. I received notice that during the month of October, we had over 80% of our seniors fill out college applications. So great step in the right direction for them in terms of trying to find that next step and where they want to go after Clintondale High School. I know that number was just from October. I know it's going to continue to increase. If you walk over by the counseling office, you can see some of the areas where they've not only applied, but now making some decisions to move on after their senior year. One other area I wanted to talk about and update everyone is about our special education department. We currently have 4 individuals working within our special education department as a leadership team right now. We have Karen Olex, who is a retired executive director for special education at Oakland Schools. Trish Huey, a retired special education supervisor. Sue Ludlum, a retired special education director. And Dawn Macker, a retired special education director. Just wanted to put that out there, that greatly appreciate the ISD and Justin Mahalik in terms of working to support in our transition to hire a new special education director. The work that they're doing right now is going to continue through the remainder of the year, and some of it is working with human resources in terms of looking for some of those areas that we need to hire, not only with traditional staffing, but also through our pilot program. Working with building administrators on compliance and student discipline. Starting to make progress on evaluation and stabilization of expectations. So really trying to get ahead of with those evaluations in terms of making sure that we're getting them taken care of. Not only on some of those higher level expectations, but also setting up weekly meetings and working with some of our at-risk areas to try to work to support students. Arranging staff to focus on being compliant, and then having a focus, unfortunately, we'll have some areas of comp ed in the summer, which is offering some additional services that we weren't able to get through this school year, but also having a plan for that, so as we move into the summer months, we're ready for it. Building teams and responding to expectations for discipline, asking questions for guidance and progress. Currently planning some intensive training on IEP implementation and redevelopment. IEP would be our individual education plan, which as well as our READ, which is a review of existing evaluation data. Looking at organized weekly, daily meetings, looking at in terms of 4 teams, including 2 resource room teachers, special education teachers, and looking to be helpful in terms of evaluation. Setting up IEPs for the remainder of the school year and looking even into next school year. Just getting them scheduled, getting ahead of the game to make sure that we are not falling behind with it. Identifying overdue FBAs, which is a functional behavior assessment. When students are working or struggling, trying to find those ones that we need to get back in compliant with, to find areas to offer them some positive behavior supports through PBS. And also organize a training at the front through the MISD with ASD consultants on utilizing visual supports and schedules. That's a huge one in terms of, especially at our elementary level, and a large part of their focus has been within the elementary level. Setting up those visuals is extremely important for not only our students that would need some of those ASD consultant and supports, but for all of our students. With the whole goal in mind, really them coming in and taking on where we are and trying to move forward with that goal of everything that we're doing is with that goal to try to get that extra support for the kids that we know that need it. Obviously, we're not at a point where I'm in extreme celebration because we haven't met all of our goals, what we need to do, but I just wanted to discuss a little bit about those 4 individuals that are here to help, that are here to make some progress, and then share some of the areas that they're working on.
Thank you. I especially like the detailed report on the ISD. I know we've talked, we've had some, concerns, and I'm glad to hear that they're being addressed and our community is being engaged, so I thank you for that. Public comment regarding business before the board. We encourage you to voice your opinion on topics on the agenda. Please stand and be recognized by the chairperson and state your name and address before commenting. To provide opportunity for all to participate, board policy limits each individual to 3 minutes. To ensure due process and respect of individual rights, the district maintains a formal process for handling complaints against individuals. A problem involving individual or individuals or a specific incident is best handled through the administrative channels. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect for dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that if your statements violate the rights of others under the law of defamation or invasion of privacy, you may be held legally responsible. Is there anyone wanting to make public comment on items on the agenda before the board?
Good evening. I'm Linda Brooke. Do I need to wait? Oh, I can go? Okay. 26 years ago, I was hired to be a general ed social worker at all 3 elementaries. Since that time, I have been given additional duties. Over the years, there have been many committees and groups that I've been a part of. Some more recent ones include the Trauma Cohort, the Reproductive Health Committee, the Stronger Connections Grant, and leading the threat assessments in the elementaries. Several years ago, I was also given the added duties of being the homeless and foster care liaison. Prior to me, administrators had the responsibility and were given a stipend. Typically, by the end of the year, I have averaged 80 homeless students. There are still many out there that we have yet to identify. I think the board would be shocked at the living situation of many of our children. Recently, I took an unaccompanied youth to our homeless room. Yes, we have a room full of supplies just for our homeless students. I don't know of any other school district that has that. She was given an air mattress because she didn't have a bed to sleep in. Her eyes lit up and she excitedly said, "I get to have a bed?" Around the same time as becoming the homeless liaison, I was also given the responsibility for the food pantry, which at the time was located in the high school. It was a very small pantry, really only offering some assistance during the holidays. I've led the charge, and for the past several years, we have passed out food twice a month year-round. Rodney Harris and I have built it into something where we average feed 50 to 60 families twice a month. During COVID, we passed out food every week for over an entire year. We will very soon be reaching the amazing milestone of providing food for over 20,000 people. Not a job that was given to me, but a need that I noticed were families needing help during the holidays. Every year this grows, and last year we were able to help over 200 children have a Christmas. I have not received a stipend or compensated for any of these extra duties, including my working year-round for the last several years. During 16 of my 26 years, we gave 6% of our salary back to the district because we were in such bad financial shape. Promises about those concessions were made and not kept. Fast forward to our current situation. From my perspective, the board values all other groups besides teachers, those on the front line directly impacting children and families. Why would I think that? Because every other group has a contract and recently received a raise. Even contracts that weren't open for negotiation have been open to given perks. How can I possibly think that we are valued? I absolutely love what I do. I love our families and the people who I work with. Here I go. And I'm discouraged and tired. As a result, I've come to the decision that it is time for me to retire at the end of the school year. I would like to challenge the board to come to all of our schools, not for a special event or a photo op, just a regular day. Spend time in the schools and in each of the classrooms. See the amazing things that are happening and struggles that we face on a daily basis. Maybe then you will see the value of the hard work and dedication that I see every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Has it started yet? Alexander Taylor, high school teacher. In thinking about staff resignations and the wellness of our community, a teacher's contract is important. It provides a sense of stability in a challenging environment. For almost a decade, I was stuck on step 2. The price of everything went up, but my pay did not increase. After many years, I made it to step 4. To enhance my knowledge on how to better assist students with their education, I signed up for more classes at Wayne State University and eventually got a master's degree. I have stretched myself out many times to be of service to students. During this time, I couldn't make home improvements. I couldn't start paying on my student loan debts. I had to go through bankruptcy. I had to get a broke down used car, and get insurance on that limit. However you feel about the last contract, I am grateful for it. My experience was valued. I am better able to serve students because I got the education that I needed. I can make student loan payments now. Unfortunately, the prices are going up again. I am worried about new teachers and the young teachers whose steps are frozen now. Because we have gone so many days without a contract, I don't want morale to go down again. I think of the new teachers in this decade and do not wish upon them what I experienced in my first decade and a half here. I don't want them to suffer the anxiety that I felt a decade ago, paying bills, only having $40 remaining in my account and making it stretch to the next payday. It has been reported that we have a 17% fund balance. Surely we can spend some of that money not only on the superintendent, not only on administrators, but on students and the teachers that teach those students. Thank you for listening.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158
Good evening. My name is Dorothy Wilkins. I have lived in the district for 43 years and a school employee for 30. I have children and grandchildren who graduated from Clintondale schools. I have watched Clintondale struggle through the lean years because of stolen and mismanaged funds. Both the teachers union and ASME have taken numerous pay cuts, frozen wages, time and again. Time passed, money that was promised never came to fruition. Despite this, when school events happened, the teachers and staff would volunteer for and excelled above and beyond. Today we see teachers leaving because they do not feel valued. It seems contradictory to give raises to administration while asking teachers and staff to take pay cuts. The approach undermines the union's efforts and further demoralizes the staff. When teachers leave, they receive a "do not let the door hit you on the way out" mentality. The message and staff hears is let's see what we can cut next. These actions do not reflect appreciation. The teachers and support staff should be the first place money should go, not the last. The teachers are not the enemy. They are the heart of the school district. When teachers feel undervalued, it leads to a decline in morale and job satisfaction, ultimately reflecting the quality of education students receive. High turnover rates can disrupt the learning environment, and students face a lack of continuity and the loss of experienced educators. This leaves this district struggling to attract and retain qualified professionals. This is where students suffer the most as teachers seek opportunities elsewhere. The board needs to do their own investigation and not rely on information from one source. They need to hear multiple perspectives to really understand. Do our school board members come to the schools on their own to talk to the teachers, see what is really taking place, and where help is needed? It's crucial for you members to engage directly with teachers and staff to gain firsthand insights into the challenges they face. The school board is in charge of the school and can visit the schools at any time. Permission is not needed. I come to 99% of the board meetings, and I rarely see board members approaching and talking to the people in attendance. Teachers and ASME are worthy to receive raises and benefits as quickly as administrators do. Thank you.
Thank you. New business before the board is recommended by Trustee Jared Maynard, Trustee Kurt Wilson, Senior and Vice President Lisa Wilson, on the direction of each board committee should take during its operation. Will someone make a motion on this agenda item?
So move.
Ms. Wilson, thank you. Support?
Support.
Support, Mr. Wilson. Madam Secretary, would you take the roll, please?
Sorry, may we have some discussion on this?
We're going to take a vote, and then we will have discussion.
That's counterintuitive. You have to have a discussion first to see if they want to vote. Because the discussion item, Madam President, is
Yes.
this wasn't worded well. And
Okay.
as I spoke with Mr. Powers, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Powers, I want to make that very clear.
Okay,
Earlier today, he had a little bit of, in what I understood, a little bit of a confusion about what's going on. What we're proposing is like a Wednesday night where we sit down in a workshop and we look at each committee. And for example, the Teaching and Learning Committee. What do we need to do in the Teaching and Learning Committee? There's cool ideas that the board has been talking about. For example, you and I have been bantering back and forth about doing a drone program. Okay, Mr. Powers has some great ideas on some things in the Finance Committee and some other things on the curriculum that he mentioned. Everybody else has had this discussion. So the reality is we should all meld together and not separate, and sit down in a workshop and look at each one of these committees and decide what our focus is, because teaching and learning has got a lot of work associated with it, from evaluations to what we're doing inside of each of the programs. You come up to personnel, we're trying to grab the most exciting teachers out there. It's the most exciting deals that we can grab, and you start off with that with a job posting, and that's something that teaching or a personnel committee. Is that you or me? Oh, it's you.
Geez, I'm sorry, I thought I shut that off.
That's okay. I thought it was me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Those types of things, and we need to meld together. So I think, it wasn't written well, and I didn't catch it in time to talk to you about it.
Okay.
So I think
So it's-
Wednesday seems to work for most of us.
Okay,
Let's have a workshop, let's pick a Wednesday, have a workshop, commit to 2, maybe 3 hours here, and let's go over, and then let's start our work, because, there's more things that we can be doing. And then physically make sure everybody in this room knows we're gonna be talking about everything. So if they're teaching a class and something would be cool that they want to incorporate, but they can't because we have to do something, then the time is now. Okay, and invite people in to have a discussion. Invite a discussion in on what it takes to start that drone program, for example, again, I'm giving you some time here, and I apologize for jumping on you. But that's the direction, and I believe that's true to what I told you on the phone, Mr. Powers. Sorry, Madam Chair.
thank you. So it's my understanding then, instead of voting on new business, we state the new business, and then we discuss, and then from that, we make a motion. Gotcha? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Mr. Powers, did you have something to add?
No, I just don't know what I'm voting on, because I didn't really hear the motion articulated by trustees Maynard, Wilson, and Wilson. The agenda says it is recommended by, et cetera, on the direction each board committee should take regarding its operation. Again, I'm not trying to pick on anybody or be technical, just don't know what it is I'm voting on. It seems like there's a couple of words missing, like a verb. It is recommended that something happen on the direction, and I think there's just a typo. If somebody could just correct the typo, then I'll know what I'm voting on, that's all. Or re-articulate the motion. It doesn't have to conform to the language in the agenda, but I'm just not sure what the motion is I'm voting on.
So as I understand it, the new business before the board is, the 3 board members wanted to move forth, more communication between the board members. So we want to set aside maybe a couple of Wednesdays for a board workshop. I understand it then, maybe we should, go ahead, Mr. Maynard.
Maybe the motion should read to establish 2 Wednesdays for board workshop to review our current committees and decide the focuses for each committee and have the work start moving. Mr. Powers, does that clarify it? I
Yes,
apologize.
thank you.
Okay.
If that's the motion, then I know what I'm voting on, thanks.
Okay.
And I don't have any opposition to it, I'm just want to make sure.
Okay.
So if Ms. Wilson, if I did your motion correctly, if you're okay with it, then,
I'm okay with it, yes.
okay. And I would assume, Mr. Wilson, if you're okay with it, then. Okay. So all we have to do is pass it, and then pick a couple of dates that work.
Pick a dates that work for everybody.
If it passes.
Correct.
And I would, as that is the motion, I would encourage, like we discussed on the phone, like we've talked about, I would encourage all of us to sit down and look at each one of those committees and decide what we want to do. For example, like I said to you, I'll give you another example. The communicator hasn't been out. The website isn't done. Well, those are just, Madam Chair, there's not order in the room.
There's matter before the board, we're discussing business. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we bring this particular, when we look at these particular problems, we have a direction that those committee members can take and go and see what happens from there. Some are gonna be, the Finance Committee, as we discussed today, will be a little highbrow in a couple of the items, but we'll work through it. And, the marketing might be easy, it might be not. Teaching and curriculum might be a little lengthier, because we wanna add, or at least I'd like to add a few more CTEs. This drone program is a pretty cool thing, that Felicia and I've been looking at online. You gotta fly them through anyways, but it's just there. So that would be the discussion I have on it. Sorry.
That's okay. No, I appreciate the clarity on the matter. So, if everybody is clear, yes, go ahead.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions if I can.
Absolutely.
First of all, who will be in charge of running this workshop? Are we calling someone else in to run the workshop for us? And if it's not really a workshop then, in a working meeting, I would call it, because if it's just everyone on the board discussing everything, then it's not a workshop. Because when I hear workshop, I think of someone coming in, helping us with the direction and telling us what, you know, what the trends are in, let's say, technology in the school. So that's when I hear workshop, that's what I was thinking of. The other thing I'm asking is about long-term effects of doing this. Is this something that we're gonna be doing every 2 years? Is this something that we're only doing now? Is this, you know, I mean, I'm trying to see long-term, because I'm on this board for 4 years. And hopefully longer when I run again. But I'm thinking long-term, is this the direction that we're gonna be taking from this point on? That this is how we're gonna be, doing our committee, assignments in the beginning for the every 2 years? Or is it just only for this year and next time around, 2 years down, we're gonna be doing something different?
That was a great question. Mr. Maynard?
So the term workshop, I'll talk about that first. The term workshop, we're limited by the law. You can have a regular meeting, a special meeting, or a workshop. Okay, so those are the type of things we can put on our little notice to announce to the public what we're doing. So a workshop is just all of us sitting down, discussing on the matter at hand. It's a rather informal meeting, so that's probably, in my opinion, the best venue for this. And the second thing is, I would certainly hope that future boards do this at the start of their organizational meetings. What are our goals for this year? And then get them down on a piece of paper, progress them through, and keep moving forward. Any organization that has that type of professional follow-through will continue to see more goals done correctly, and then more results to what they are considering themselves forward. So, but on the opposite chance, you could end up being president in 2 years and you can decide to go a different way, and if you had 4 votes, then that would be what it is. But having this type of thing, giving us all direction and what we all want to do together is how we operate, and I think it's best for us to do that.
I do have a question. You said, you know, a couple of Wednesdays. Are we looking for a couple of Wednesdays every month? Are we looking at a couple of Wednesdays, you know, for April, and then go to once a month on a Wednesday? Or what was the thought process on that?
So my thought process on that, Madam President, is to get it started with the 2 workshops, and then the committees meet whenever their chairs can meet, and they continue the work. And just get it going and get it moving, and you know, just jump it forward and say out the door, instead of us sitting at a meeting saying, you know, I want to do a drone program, and Barry wants to do the Future Lawyers of America, you know, and other items. It allows us to govern more in a local, in a committee, get the committees up, get them running, what we all want to do, and then we work together to achieve everybody's goals in each one of those committees to the best that we can do. So to answer your question, we get it set up, and then the committees take it and run with it and establish what meetings they see fit that they need and how frequent they need to achieve what the board has decided that they should do. And this, of course, has to be in conjunction. You know, curriculum has to have Heather, marketing has to have Alex and Ken has to be involved, and, you know, as many teachers who want to have input and staff and all this type of stuff. We have to make sure that everybody's coming to the table.
Mr. Wilson, did I hear your mic go off?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, I agree with Mr. Maynard, Madam Chair. Long range, in the future, I believe, once again, if we put a committee of the whole on our calendar, we can create an agenda and we can accomplish the same thing. You know, I've been speaking about committee of the whole from day one. So if we don't have to call it a workshop, a committee of the whole, maybe you can look at our calendar and maybe we can do a committee of the whole every quarter. And maybe that will satisfy long range. Maybe that will satisfy the need, because I agree with trustee Maynard. Some of the committees, we have no direction of which way we should go with our committees. And since January 6th, I have not had a committee meeting on personnel or anything like that. We've had committee meetings for policies, you know, but I assume, I'm not sure, who sets the meeting date for the committee? I'm not sure. Is it the board, is it the chair?
It's the chair, as well as like for curriculum, Ms. Halpern could, say, hey, email their members, we need to have a meeting, but the chair should absolutely be willing to, come together to set concerns, set meetings, so absolutely. It's either or. Your director, your, like I said, for curriculum, Heather, for personnel, Lee, they should be reaching out to their chairpersons if there's something that needs to be brought, or if the chair has concerns to call a meeting. I know you had spoke of, policy meeting, and, we have addressed, the committee of the whole going through the policies, so those will be coming to the board for approval imminently, within the month of April. We have a few more to go through. So, is there any more discussion or questions on what's before the board? Is everybody clear what? No.
I only have one more
Yeah,
thing
go ahead,
that
Lisa,
you
yeah.
might want to consider.
Mhm.
We still don't have our seventh person yet.
Correct.
And I don't know, I don't know how to put it. Is it a really good time to be doing this, or should we be waiting for that seventh person to join us and then say, we're gonna do something like this, so then we can bring them on board and not have them be isolated? I think this is actually, if we're gonna be doing this, this should be, all 7 board members should be here. I'm just throwing that out, because I don't want someone coming in and then feeling like that they're the odd man out.
Their
because
voice wasn't-
they're not up to speed. Or maybe we have an extra meeting just to bring them up to speed, I don't know. I think that's something that we should be considering.
Mr. Maynard, I see you.
Yeah.
Over there, go ahead.
I thank Mrs. Noak for her consideration, because when I thought about this, I did consider that. We're looking till April 30th. That now makes 5 months since we've reconstituted the board. This person, every time somebody has come on board, yourself, we got up to date very quickly when we appointed you. Luckily, there was only a meeting, I think, or two that you missed. Then Ms. Kaminsky got up to date, and then each person who was brought onto the board, I personally made sure that I talked to them. I know Mike talked to them. And those that came after, when I was president, I sat down and asked any questions that they had and went through. And I do also know that with a couple of them, Mr. Powers was very helpful, bringing them up to speed on several things that we were doing and how it was working out. So I feel very comfortable rolling forward. We can bring in this person, they can add, discussions and say, hey, did you think about this? I want to talk about this. They can, send their commissions, and if they want to do something, then I'm sure the board would say, okay, we all had our say, yeah, let's just add that and see how we can do it. I'm pretty sure we'd all be as amenable as we needed to be.
Thank you. I wanted to sentiment the same, concern, for the board, but, we can't keep putting off business for, a seventh person. And I think each one of us, when we get that seventh person, is amenable to, conversation and including and being inclusive, to their needs and their desires, as well. So for me personally, I think we need to get down to business and do what we need, what we were called to do. So, is there any more, discussion, concerns, ideas? Madam Secretary, would you take a roll call vote, and we will, if it should pass, we'll look at our calendars, and if it does not, then we will move on.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio, no, and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes. Motion passes. Board members, if you are so inclined to have a calendar with you, if not, if you could share, does everybody have a calendar on their phone so we can look at a couple dates at least for April? I know Mr. Maynard expressed that it seemed that Wednesday evening was amenable. I'm assuming for Mr. and Ms. Wilson. I know for me, Wednesday is amenable. Mr. Powers, Ms. Valerio Noak, how are Wednesdays? I mean, I know,
I work until 6.
okay.
I thought Mr. Maynard said the first meeting would be April 30th.
I think April 30th is the day of
Yeah,
That's the day the ISD chooses the seventh
the
board member.
new board member.
Oh.
I'm sorry to make that confusion for you, sir.
So we're looking for both of those Wednesday workshops to take place in April?
That was my understanding, yes. I know, I have on my calendar, the 9th, there are CEA negotiations from 3:30 to 6:30. Is that is? Okay. And then, the same for April the 30th, we have CEA negotiations from 3:30 to 6:30. So I don't know if we want to do a 7 PM to 9 PM on those dates, or,
I mean, if you want to stay in April, I don't see the need to crunch.
gotcha.
Yeah, that's
everything. It's just, April 16th is open.
Mm-hmm,
So, and if we have to, first Wednesday in May. And then,
Yeah.
I mean, because we're gonna be discussing in what direction we're gonna be going in with the committees.
mm-hmm.
I don't think we need to crunch everything so quickly.
Okay,
I agree.
So if Mr. Powers is amenable to April 16th and May 7th, I'll make a motion for committees of the whole on April 16th and May 7th.
I'm available those dates.
Yes.
so I'm sorry, Mr. Maynard, the 16th,
16th and
Committee of
7th.
the Whole,
Committee of the whole on the 16th of April and May 7th,
May 7th,
if everybody's available.
Committee of the Whole, and 7 to 9, to accommodate a little bit, Ms. Valerio Noak, will that,
I'm okay with that. If
is,
she,
you know, I mean, I don't know, I'm trying to,
Okay.
I'm kind
No,
of look at the
I'm-
board for everybody,
No,
so.
I'm good now. I'm
Okay.
good, madam.
Ms. Valero, no? Is that, is that amenable? Okay, so we are setting forth in our calendar, April 16th from 7 PM to 9 PM.
gotta have a motion.
We need a
I
motion.
made a motion, gotta be a second.
Okay, I will second the motion
Okay.
for April 16th and May the 7th for Committee of the Whole meetings from 7 to 9 PM. Is there any further discussion?
Someone had to second it. You did.
I second it. Thank you, Lisa.
I'm sorry, no,
Sorry about that.
I'm not sure. I thought the committee of the whole now, that has a specific, that's a term of art. That has legal or specific meaning. So did we just metamorphose into a committee of the whole with somebody really talking about it? Because I'm not exactly sure what I'm committing to then, because
So the
I thought there's like a special protocol for that.
As far as I know, you're correct, there's no you're correct about it being a different term,
Yeah.
but not about being a
I mean, I know
special
Last Cruise
protocol.
has a committee of the whole system or something. I don't know.
Correct.
I want to make sure we're not, if we're going down that path, I want to know what it is
It would,
going toward now that term isn't, used.
so the committee of the whole is all 6 of us or all 7 of us. And then, if you want to talk about finance at that meeting, for example, Mr. Powers, we would have, Presley would come in and Presley would, be able to answer questions freely in an environment where we're trying to get information, not necessarily, I guess the best way I can describe it is, it has to be called by the board, but if I'm saying this correctly, it's not as serious as a board meeting.
Could I just clarify, listen, Mr. Maynard, I thought made a very specific motion that we meet for a couple of Wednesdays for a workshop. And I thought he articulated clearly what the general idea would be, and we got the dates. So now we're taking it to another.
A committee of the
we're
whole
taking it
as
another
opposed to a
topic. Yeah,
workshop.
can we just leave that out of it?
I do,
Does that-
yeah.
As far as it went, I
I'm
thought
okay
I
with
understood that. yeah.
I'm okay with calling it a workshop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
All right.
yeah, wasn't it?
Yep.
So we get the verbiage now, motion supported.
Motion supported, I'll go with workshop.
So a board workshop on Wednesday, April 16th, and May the 7th, from 7 to 9.
Okay.
Any more discussion? Okay, I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. Madam Secretary, go ahead and take the roll.
Mr. Maynard?
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky?
Votes yes?
Mr. Wilson?
Yes,
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Nauk? Yes, and Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Motion passes. We will
You just have to post it?
post it and, figure out our agenda and go from there. Thank you. Next order of business on the board are consent items 1 through 3. Is there anyone wanting to isolate a particular item on the consent agenda? The consent agenda reads 1 through 3, a coach. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of athletics that the board approve Aurora Ward as high school assistant boys track coach for the 25 season, contingent upon approved fingerprints and records check. The rate of pay will be $2,379.84, which is step 6, 6% of step 1 of the BA salary. Ms. Ward will be paid by EduStaff. Fingerprints are already on file with the district, and this meets strategic goal number 1. Consent item number 2, it is recommended by the superintendent, the director of athletics, that the board approve Malik Hazard as middle school assistant boys track coach for the 25 season. His rate of pay will be $1,983.20, step 5, step 1, 5% of step 1 of the BA salary schedule. Mr. Hazard will be paid by EduStaff, and fingerprints are already on file with the district, also meeting goal number 1. Number 3 is recommended by the superintendent, director of athletics, that the board approve Stephen Jennings as the middle school assistant track coach for the 25 season. The rate of pay will be $1,983.20, 5% of step 1 of the BA salary. Mr. Jennings will be paid by EduStaff. Fingerprints are also on file with the district, meeting strategic goal number 1. Is there a motion on the floor to approve these consent agenda items? President will motion. Is there support?
support.
Mr. Wilson, is there any discussion? Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
And that, Ms. Wilson, that.
It was Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
No, made the motion.
I made the motion, Mr. Wilson supported. That's okay.
That's been,
Yeah, no, I know. I'm with you, Lisa. I'm Lisa, with you.
okay. Ms. Kaminsky,
Votes yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes,
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers.
Yes.
Ms. Valerio Now, yes. Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Non-consent items. Resignation is recommended by the superintendent and the director of human resources that the board approve the resignation of Matthew Hild, teacher, effective the end of day, June 30th, 2025. Mr. Hild will retire from Clintondale after 30 years of service to the district. Is there a motion on the floor?
So move.
Ms. Wilson, is there support?
Support.
Mr. Maynard, discussion?
Madam Chair, I think we should thank Mr. Hill for his 30 years.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
wish him very well in retirement with whatever his next adventures may be.
I sentiment that. I see him in the back room there, so, Mr. Hild, we do thank you for your 30 years of service.
And if he starts a rock band, just shoot us an email, okay?
Is there any further discussion? Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio now, yes, Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 6-0. Mr. Hild, I hope you enjoy retirement. You're welcome. Resignation. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of human resources that the board approve the resignation of Linda Brooks, social worker, effective at the end of the day, June 30th, 2025. Mrs. Brooke will retire from Clintondale after 25 years of service to this district. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Ms. Wilson, is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson, discussion?
I have something to add.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson, oh, I'm sorry, not Ms. Wilson, Ms. Brooke. I worked on the Clintondale Coalition, and your name came up more than once as someone who made Clintondale look really, really good. And I don't think I haven't personally been able to say thank you for that, because I'm very proud of the fact that I was on the school board, and I hear that someone on our staff is going above and beyond the call of duty and helping out the Clintondale Coalition. Thank you very much for your years of service, and thank you so much for giving us a really good presence in the community.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Maynard?
Mrs. Brooks going to leave a big hole here at Clintondale. In addition to her work, her heart for all of our students is going to be missed. Every student, it didn't matter, she helped every student. And it's going to be something that's going to be missed. And the person who replaces her is going to have very large shoes to fill. It's going to have to be a very unique person who loves everybody, who works very hard. And she actually is, when we think of a Clintondale employee, she embodies that of which we hoped everybody would strive to. So Linda, I'm going to miss you. I still have a couple of more months to convince you, so I'll be by. But congratulations, and I hope you have a wonderful retirement.
As board president and as a past worker in the counseling office of Clintondale Community Schools, I know the valuable service Ms. Brooks performed for our students. She will be missed. She is an embodiment of Clintondale Dragons. Should you do decide to retire, I wish you nothing but the very best and enjoy the fruits of your labor, so thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Ms. Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio now, regrettably yes, and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes. Motion passes 6-0. As I said with Mr. Hild, Ms. Brooks, enjoy retirement. Resignation. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of human resources that the board approve the resignation of Asia Matthews, social worker, effective at the end of the day of March 14th, 2025. Ms. Matthews has worked for the district for 6 months. Is there a motion on the floor?
I'll motion.
Ms. Wilson, thank you. Is there support?
Support.
Mr. Wilson, is there discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Ms. Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Ms. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio now, yes, and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 6-0. Wellness Committee. It is recommended by the superintendent and the chief financial officer that the board approve a formation of the district school wellness committee. The Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act of 2010 requires local educational agencies to update or modify their wellness policy as appropriate. Is there a motion on the floor? President will make the motion.
I'll support.
Ms. Wilson is supporting. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Powers.
The board policy number 5707, is that an extent policy of the board? I see it's dated 2023. But I don't recall specifically voting on it. Oh, I'm sorry, it says date adopted 10/28/24. So I guess we did. Was that?
There
my
is
general
a
understanding?
board policy. It was my understanding this was something a little different. Ms. Dorset, would you like to take the podium while I'm looking for, what was it, Barry, policies 5-7?
Yeah, it's in our packet, 5707, it's like
Thank
a
you.
4-page section. 5707 school wellness policy.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a difference between the two. So the school wellness committee is required by law. This is something that the school district employees have to basically run. So myself, Teresa Wilson, and Courtney Kerr from SFE will be running this. We ask that staff, parents, students, community members, anyone attend the meetings. Our first meeting is gonna be this Thursday, April 3rd at 3:30 p.m. This is something that's required by the USDA and the MDE for us to have, whereas the board wellness committee is really optional for local governance from what I have found. However, there is just a little bit of difference in them being that the purpose for the school wellness committee is for wellness policy implementation and oversight, whereas the board's wellness committee is more oversight, discussion, and big picture review. Does that kind of clear it
Well,
up more?
here's my concern, if this is an extent policy that we've already adopted, and the recommendation, if it's encapsulated in this letter from you,
Mhm.
it says the committee will assist in developing the policy. So is it the expectation that the committee's gonna make a recommendation to the board to adopt a policy that will
Correct, so any-
be consonant with this policy, or are
We
are
wouldn't be
these?
changing any policies. This would more just be for us to be reviewing what's already in place, then ensuring that all the schools are also aware of what they're supposed to be doing. So our principals have already been made aware of this. Most of them have accepted the invitation for Thursday to be a part of this. So this is more just reviewing our policies, and if any changes were to be presented, then yes, those would have to be approved by the board.
And again, there's the policy, which is the general philosophy fundamental to moving the district forward, that is the board's
Right.
province, and then there's policy, I guess, more in normal
In the
parlance,
day-to-day
which are,
kind of stuff,
you know,
yeah.
this is kind of the custom and practice of how we do things. So I just want to make sure I understand that we're not delegating
Correct.
to, we're not abdicating our lawful authority by we can't delegate
Correct.
policymaking.
This is just more of, for the staff, the community, parents, teachers, all of that to be a part of this policy and ensuring that we're reviewing everything that the district's doing, and making sure that those things are in place at each building when it comes to school lunch and school breakfast.
But then there's something called a wellness policy that's also in our packet, triennial assessment summary, and
Yep, so that's the assessment that policy committee is required to complete. So when we have our food service audit, which is actually coming up, they'll look at this assessment, and this is basically what the policy committee will go over and just fill in all of these things, any concerns that we have, any compliance issues we may find, stuff like that, so that those issues can be addressed by myself as the district food service director, as well as Courtney with SFE.
But, and forgive me, maybe I should have looked this up. Triennial, does that mean 3 times a year or every 3 years?
I believe it's every 3 years.
Okay. And it says here that the committee is basically concerned itself with compliance with the wellness policy.
Mhm.
And then there's a resource, there's a reference to, looks like a URL to something called local school wellness policy, which I presume is some sort of a link to like a model policy that
Yeah,
is
that's what the
recommended.
USDA recommends, yes.
So is that, are we gonna be asked at some point whether that's going to be a subsidiary policy to the general policy, or is that what we're going?
No, those
on?
are just more of a guideline if your district doesn't have a wellness policy already in place, so that
But we,
you're.
that's my concern, we have a wellness policy in place, but now you're
Correct.
saying that this is on a different parallel level with this, it doesn't really
So
jive with this.
we are following that wellness policy, but what we're
Okay.
doing is assessing the wellness policy at the site level.
Okay.
So we're making sure that all of those things are being accounted for, everything's being followed, all of that stuff. So this is more of a day-to-day.
So this 577 is the policy?
That is the wellness
And we're not
policy.
being asked to tweak it or do anything like
Correct.
that?
No.
We're just going to have a committee that will do the work to make sure that this is being followed?
Yes.
Correct.
On a
The right
day-to-day
way.
kind of
And
basis.
then, my other, if I may, Madam
Yes,
Chairman.
please do.
My other question is, kind of the who, what, why, where, when, and how behind the district wellness committee that, we don't have one, right? We're starting from scratch?
That is correct, yes. Presley, could you articulate, explain to?
Yeah, so my question just,
Yeah.
is generally, do we have some idea of, how many people are gonna be on that committee, how we're going to recruit community members? Are these community members that don't otherwise have a connection with the district?
So anyone's welcome to attend the committee. Ideally, we'll be giving more time in the future for this to be put on people's calendars. But as of right now, we're looking to have the meeting on April 3rd at 3:30 in the administration building. But anyone is welcome to attend. This can be staff, this can be students, this can be parents. I sent out an email early this morning that included all of our principals and our assistant principals at the middle school and high school, as well as Ken and Teresa, and asked them to accept the calendar invite for the meeting, as well as share that with their staff and any community members they may find wanting to join this. So I'm hopeful that we have a good turnout. We are required to at least have 3 people there, but that's already done by me, Teresa, and Courtney. So I have hope that everyone and anyone who wants to join is encouraged and welcome to join. And like I said, moving forward, we'll have this given with more notice so that people have that ability to put it on their calendar.
And then finally, Madam Chairman, if I may.
Yes, please do.
It sounds like this is a quid pro quo arrangement. In other words, the government is giving us this benefit for our children. In exchange for enjoying the benefit, we have to make sure that we employ these philosophies and practices. And so it seems to me that there's an implication that there might be consequences if we fail. So in other words, can the government review this and come swoop down and say, guess what, you didn't do it the right way and we're gonna revoke the policy? Or does the board have to, do we get some notice on that? I mean, does
So
the board
this
get some advance notice where we can kind of, get kind of a, probation period where we can fix things to make sure we don't lose it?
Yeah,
It
so-
sounds like we're delegating a lot to the committee, and I don't want the committee to come back in 3 years, the next triennial, and say, guess what, we thought we were doing it right, but we weren't, and the government's pulling it, so we don't have any, lunch program anymore.
No,
I mean,
it wouldn't.
is that really just kind of a concept as opposed to like it really could happen?
Yeah, so if we were to just not do the triennial assessment at all, we would have a finding on our food service audit. After that, the first finding, I believe that they'll end up coming out in 2 years again instead of in 3 to 5 years, to review things. And then if you have another significant finding, that's when they'll kind of put you on a sort of review watch list. So it would never be an immediate pulling of anything, but any school that participates in the school breakfast program or national school lunch program is required to have this.
So is there going to be a reporting back to the board of whatever evaluations
Yes.
that we enjoy or
Yep, so as
are
soon as the-
penalized by?
Yep, so as soon as the assessment's done, we'll make sure we get a copy out, not only to the board, but it'll probably be made public on the website as well. And then as well as once the food service audit is done, everybody will have that information.
But it's ultimately the buck stops with the superintendent as usual, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you have any other questions, Mr. Powers?
No, I'm satisfied. Thank you so much, Ms. DeRosa.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Presley.
Yes.
Are there any other questions or concerns? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes?
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes.
Mr. Powers.
Yes.
Ms. Valerio now, yes, and that's all good.
I didn't hear it. Did you say yes? Okay, I apologize.
I was about to go right back to you, and
Okay.
I didn't realize I was
Okay.
full circle.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion passes 6-0. Closed session. It is recommended by the superintendent that the Board of Education enter a closed session as authorized by Section 8B of the Open Meeting Act for a student discipline hearing. Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion.
Ms. Wilson, is there support? I heard Ms. Valerio Noak first. Is there any discussion? I heard you
Well,
first.
I'm
Lisa.
sorry, if we have one piggyback right on the other, we don't have to come back down here and do this again and then go back up, do we?
No, I'm gonna hear,
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna go continue, I would like to hear
Okay,
public
nice.
comment, and then we will go up there.
I can't remember how we did it.
Yes, I know.
I'm sorry, I did, are you going with my second, or are you going?
I'm going with your support. So it was Ms. Wilson for the motion and you for the support. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Go ahead, take the roll, Lisa.
Mr. Wilson,
Ms. Wilson.
or Ms. Wilson, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
thank you.
Ms.
Yes.
Wilson. Ms. Valerio now, yes. Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 6-0. Closed session number 2. It is recommended by the superintendent and the board president that the board enter into a closed session as authorized by Section 8C of the Open Meetings Act to discuss contract negotiations. Is there a motion on the floor?
No motion.
Ms. Wilson?
Second.
And Mr. Powers? Discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Madam Secretary, take the roll.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Ms. Valerio now, yes. Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes 6-0.
She missed.
She didn't call Mr. Wilson.
I do apologize.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. general public comment on items not on the agenda. We encourage you to vote your opinion on topics not on the agenda. Please stand and be recognized by the chairperson and state your name and address before commenting. To provide the opportunity for all to participate, board policy limits each individual to 3 minutes. To ensure due process and respect of individual rights, the district maintains a formal process for handling complaints against individuals. A problem solving involving an individual or individuals or a specific incident is best handled through administrative channels. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect for the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that if your statements violate the rights of others under the law of defamation or invasion of privacy, you may be held legally responsible. Is there anyone wanting to make public comment for items not on the agenda this evening? Let me get
Good
the clock.
evening. My name is Suzanne Woda. I'm a teacher at the middle school. I teach math. I've been here my entire life. Graduated in '93, IA in '98, and teaching since 2001. So some of my comments are a little bit selfish, so I apologize for that in advance. But if you know me at all, I tend to try to get my message out to somebody, and I still need people to hear me. So I teach math in the middle school, and I'm wondering if academics is a priority in this district. And if so, when will the middle school become a priority to meet this goal? If you don't already know, middle schoolers have high needs in all areas. Have a couple of numbers to give you today. Just some fall NWEA numbers. Of my 3 6th grade math classes, one average was 195, which is a 3rd grade level. One is 197, which is a 3rd grade level. And one is 207, which is a 4th grade level. One of those is an honors class. I teach 6th grade. I know for a fact that our current admin and teachers at the elementaries are working really hard with resources like coaches, interventionists, programming online, which was cut for my students, by the way, without any conversation with the math department at all. And at the very least, the use of scaffold and support activities that came from a paid out-of-district specialist. So in a few years, I will hopefully begin to see the fruit of their labor. But for now, we have nothing. And just recently, we were told no for tutoring. Just tutoring. We were going to provide it during lunch. They didn't even have to say after school. We were told no, we won't pay for it. Our kids are desperate. They need our help, and it is really sad. Along with feeling completely disregarded with no contract, our students are also disrespected at the middle school with no resources to support their academics. If we need to keep students who will attend our high school, it may be a good idea to think of our middle school as a feeder program and support those kids in all the ways that they need it. While listening to Parker speak tonight, it would be amazing to have some vertical work done as students leave our elementaries and come into the middle school and have some of these things available. I often feel robbed of fun math activities because I'm often cramming math into their little bodies. Believe me, I'm aware that some of the things are grant funded and we don't have control over some of it. And unfortunately, at the middle school, we've had 4 principals in 5 years. So I recognize that there are issues, but we have been neglected, and I ask you to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment? Thank you.
Bradley Harris, class of 75, president of the Clintondale Educational Foundation, co-director with Ms. Brooke of our pantry. Just a couple of dates I want to bring up. April 28th, I believe all of you should have got an invitation for our Wall of Honor class. that we will be celebrating at 5 o'clock here. And then we will introduce that 7-member class to the board. And then also on July 12th at 4 o'clock, which is a Friday, the class of 1975, which I believe is the greatest class that ever stepped foot in this place. There you go, Deb. We will have a walkthrough of the middle school and high school. Last year, Ken, you came. It was absolutely great. And I would invite you, which invitations will come out of that also. We invite the 50-year reunion class to come here back to their school and do a walkthrough. It is truly amazing if you can make it. Keep doing your work. Love what you do. Teachers, I love you guys. Very much so. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for a comment before the board? Hearing and seeing none, I'm calling a 5-minute recess for us to gather our thoughts, visit the restroom, and we will go enter closed session.
What a day.
Closed session, we are back in regular session at 10:38. In the matter of closed session number 1, student discipline, is someone willing to make a motion to the floor?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Maynard?
after lengthy and thorough deliberation by the board and hearing what my colleagues have said, I will offer the following motion. The motion to reinstate student number 175-000-5759, beginning with the fall semester upon completion of the following conditions. 1, successful completion of iCampus for the remainder of the semester with 3 days in person a week. 2, complete summer school to get on track for graduation. 3, attend anger management courses and provide certification to the superintendent. 4, zero tolerance in regards to behavior. And 5, meet the behavior requirements set forth by the superintendent.
Thank you. Does someone want to support the motion that Mr. Maynard has made?
I'd like to support, could I just offer one clarification? The anger management, can it be with satisfactory progress as determined by the superintendent or something? I mean, other than just go and, check off that I went. I mean, he's got to make some, I'm not saying complete it to any level of.
Anger management class?
Yeah, completion of anger management classes to show
Anger management
sufficient
course,
progress, yeah.
Course.
And demonstrate sufficient progress in that regard.
So
So
number
we-
3 now reads, anger management classes taken with demonstrating
Sufficient progress.
sufficient
For
progress
readmission, yeah.
as by the, as
Determined in the judgment of the superintendent.
determined by the judgment of the superintendent. So,
Yeah, I second that.
yeah, I will add Barry's, I will be fine with that.
Sorry, I should have told you before.
It's okay.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, seeing none, Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Mr. Maynard,
Yes.
Mr. Powers.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Lisa Valerio, no? Yes. Ms. Wilson
Yes.
and Ms. Kaminsky.
Votes yes, motion passes. Ken, can you make sure everybody's notified? Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn.
I'm sorry, who said that?
That was
Mr. Maynard.
Mr. Maynard, Mr. Powers, supported. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes, 10:41. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.